It's that time of the week. It's that time of the week. How's it going, people? How's it going? Trayla? Oops, hold on. Trayla? Easy Az, Nora, Shadow Roamers, Patchface, Tom Piet, Soul Samurai, Joza, Santi, Jamun, Joao. Let me know if I mispronounced that. MK is tired. How's it going? Hopefully you're not too tired today, because I'm ready for some peak. Adzel. The best time of the week. I can't wait. Like the last, today we're gonna be finishing case 2, and then we're gonna be getting into case 3, and basically everyone who's played this game has told me that case 3 is amazing. So I'm hyped. Thank you so much, Casno, for the 3-month resub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Glad to hear it, Soul Samurai. One sec. You're not in VOD anymore? Case 3 is fire. It has my favorite character in it too. Ooh, really? This game is amazing in general, as you can see. I can see. It is that time again, Huey. How's it going? All right. Hopefully the sleepiness. You know, Mondays tend to be sleepy, but hopefully the stream is able to wake us up a little bit. I mean, there's no better game than Great Ace Attorney to wake people out of their stupors. Is my backdrop there? Yeah. Okay. We're all set. So I'm sleepy too, and I'm already 3 coffees in. Oh no. Well, it's lovely to have all of you with me as usual, and let's get started. Thank you again, Casno, for the 3 months. What did it say? Let me see, Santi. It says... can you just change it to say subs and donations can go towards one of the available video or stream goals. For more information, check goals. Just a tiny change. But then otherwise, it's perfect. Thanks, Santi. So it's time to put an end to this now, to the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything. Whoops. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. By the way, hopefully it doesn't come across on camera too much, but, during my shower this morning, I got a bunch of shampoo in my eye. So my eye's kind of red. My right eye's kind of red. Hopefully it doesn't come across too much on camera. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. Ah, good morning to you, Mr. Natsume. F. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Shower extreme. How's it going, Hannah? I hope everything is going as well as possible. Thanks, Tompiet. It'll slowly get better throughout the day. Stay strong. Thank you. Thank you. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. This is already a great image. This is already a great image. Oh no. No need, MK, it's okay. It's okay. I'll bear the weight of the suffering for today. Very sweet though, thank you. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Oh. Yeah, do not recommend, Joza. Right, Ramuki? Natsume's sprites are so good. Look at his twitching, look at his twitching eyes and mustache here. Even the idle animations, or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is, inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. Aww. I was sure you'd abandon me and return to our beautiful, long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week. Yes, well anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's clever, but I miss him. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial's about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Here we go. Relatable. There was an ace attorney, oh, today once again we faced the Reaper. Epic. There was an ace attorney poll with Herlock and Edgeworth up against each other. It got 10k votes. Guess who won? Because I don't know the full story of Great Ace Attorney 2 yet, so I don't know how much more iconic Herlock can get. I'll say Edgeworth because I think that the series has been around longer. I'll say Edgeworth. And when the Reaper stands for prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. Herlock? Oh, Herlock made it. Very nice. I prefer, I love Edgeworth. You guys know how much I love Edgeworth, but I would have voted for Herlock too. He is my king. Perfect use of the emote, by the way. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. It was a Tumblr sexy man poll. I see. Very fair. I can only assume that Godot and Van Zieks were in the semifinals. Right? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. This never gets old. The prosecution is ready and vampiric. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Godot lost so fast? Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh? Well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Juror number 3's horniness knows no bounds, does it? Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Yeah, who did Godot lose against? Look, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again now. I have no time for this, I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict today. Now, Lord Van Zieks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. I always think Van Zieks cosplaying as a Castlevania character in the opening of the case. I can't believe Van Zieks invented Castlevania. So he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. That was beautiful. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow, and there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a depression on top of it. That's the tea. Yes, that's the tea. Sis, that's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the art analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! Right, okay. As I suspected. Oh, sorry, 1 second. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is blamed. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Oh, spam bot. Santi, if you're still, or antagonist, Santi or antagonist, or any other mods who might be in chat, could you just, yeah, perfect, thank you. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Sick'em boys. Would you take a drop from the... I always mispronounce Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare. Oh my god, he is animated today, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Thank you, mods. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare, Yes, it sounds like we're gonna have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Peek. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand. He practiced all of that in the mirror. He has. Mr. William Shamspear. The smile killed me right off the bat. The victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven! Oh hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Look at this face. Have you ever seen a beautifully obnoxious face? He can't see himself in the mirror. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins in a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. The ice coins, honestly, that is genius. I'm really impressed by that. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once and let him feel the sting in my tail. Good pun. Oh, indeed, by dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. Did he just own up to it? Oh, he's so based. They do, don't they, antagonist? Oh, I respect the grind big time. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? This part of the song. Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that still a greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert is an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Oh, I love them, Tar. The animations for Shamspear are so good. Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. There's a few of these we haven't used yet. We haven't used maybe a couple of these. The teacups. This is part of the envelope. We've used all these. Okay. Shamspear's such a fitting name. I thought of Fakespear. Yeah, true. It is a bit too direct. Shamspear is ideal. How's it going, Rockstar? How are you? I can't hear verily without thinking of Edgeworth. Indeed, verily I say, ergo. Oh, Edgeworth, I miss you. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant did secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in the cup to make my coins of ice. Okay. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not in the tea that I did pour into the mold of soap. Okay. I think we can find a way around that. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. I love how Van Zieks translates. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my opinion, or in my experience. Okay. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Oh my gosh. Interesting, Tom Piet. Okay. I'm so glad to hear that you enjoyed Outer Wilds so much. That's awesome. In my experience, is crazy. Yeah, it is. That's awesome. That's excellent, Tom Piet. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm really excited to start it. I think if I had to estimate, it'll probably be this. Well, it depends on if the Disco Elysium goal is fulfilled. If it is, then it'll be Disco Elysium, then Outer Wilds. If it isn't fulfilled, then maybe Outer Wilds. It's like a toss-up between Outer Wilds and Disco Elysium, and maybe one or two others. We'll see how Yakuza 0 goes. Sorry. Either way, I'm really excited. Is Disco Elysium 1% per one sub? Yes. Yes. For doing new video game goals, like a brand new goal, like I will stream this game, it is, a sub is 0.5%. For priority, it's 1%. For most videos, it's 1% as well. Most videos, not all. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Oops. Ugh, I knew that. By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. This is crazy. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, how far into it are you, Santi? I'm sure you'll have plenty of time. Yakuza 0, it definitely won't be the next game, and we still got a few weeks of Great Ace Attorney, too. How's it going? How's it going, Kurtman? Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause, I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare... Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, please proceed. Yes, my lord. Did someone say? Sounds good, Tom Piet. And, I don't know yet for sure, but would you be down to be a... I don't even know if it'll be necessary. Maybe the Outer Wild streams will be really quiet. I'm not sure. But if necessary, would you be down to be a mod for the, Outer Wild streams, because of what you say about spoilers? Because I'd definitely be down for that. This is case 2, Andres. Also, hello, Andres. Why is Hisoka on trial? 3 of my favorite streamers are going to be playing Yakuza 0. Yeah. I've heard a couple of people, in addition to me adding it as well, who are talking about streaming it soon. I hope you don't get Outer Wilds spoiled for you because Twitch chat can be that way with that game. I hope so too. I hope so too. I didn't know about that until Tom Piet just said that. I played Outer Wilds, so I can help mod if needed. Perfect. So we'll have at least, well, if Tom Piet is down for that, we'll have at least a couple. If you're not down, Tom Piet, then no worries. Okay, so what I was curious about here, Outer Wilds, is have you done X Central? Oh, okay. It's, don't worry at all, Tom Piet. It's not a big deal at all. If, all essentially I would ask for is that if you see a spoiler, literally just delete it. That's all. But you wouldn't have to do anything else. But if you're not comfortable with that, no worries at all. And so yeah, you can answer me later. It's really no big deal, so don't feel pressure one way or another. I've got no clue, Nora. There's a notorious person that goes into stream to badger you how to play the game. Really? Wow. Interesting. Hopefully I'll avoid them. Never did a drop of... Okay, I don't think that's true. Is there proof that he's drunk from it? Oh. Whoa, hold on. So the green line was Natsume's. That's the teacup Mr. Natsume was drinking from. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave the mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. This is true. This is true. Thank you, Kurtman. Outer Wilds will be an interesting one? I hope so. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to make tea. Okay. Okay, so that's... It's a good thing I looked at that. But he didn't drink his. This must be the cup that Shamspear was drinking from. It stains. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Ryu? I'm stuck in Outer Wilds? Oh no. You basically only streamed Ace Attorney for games? Oh, no, we've done Ace Attorney, well, the Ace Attorney trilogy, so 3 games, Great Ace Attorney 1, and now Great Ace Attorney 2, but we've done, yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, The Somnium Files, Strangers of Paradise, a little bit of Skyrim, and a little bit of Elden Ring. I would love to see you playing. It's my favorite game. Cool. Yeah, I'm Gart. I'm gonna play it eventually. Later in the year, probably. Like, probably first half of 2023, but not, like, imminently, you know. Like I said, Tompiet, even if that's the case, no pressure at all. Like, it's not a problem if you can't come to a stream. But, like I said, totally up to you. And 14. Yeah, how did I forget, how did I not say 14? We've done 3 or 4 streams of 14, and all of them have been peak. And hopefully Thursdays will be peak. Hey, Tatsukura. Yeah, I know nothing about Outer Wilds, except that it's potentially unique. Impossible? Impossible for Thursday to be peak? Damn. No more peak in 14? Wow. I guess Emmett is mid. Okay, we gotta present this. Wait, do we? Where am I? Sorry, I took my eye off the game. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, this is a contradiction.
Objection!
I hope so too, Kurtman. I'm excited for it. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink... I think it's at, like... anyway. Didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How, Chop Logic? What is this, ye dark, e-clad fiend? The 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups, just here, and there's a clearly visible ring. A tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right, it's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Who indeed, Kurtman? I don't know yet, Trela. That's something I think I'll have to decide or see once I actually start streaming it. I may need help for it. But I'll see how it goes. Why? Are you asking for yourself? Tea is very good. Good for you, good in general. But I never have milk in my tea. The same people who pour the milk before the cereal, fair. Also, Andres, did you just ask Hannah were you comparing the two ending streams? Like the equivalent of what I did Saturday and the equivalent of what I'm doing Thursday in her experience? Is that what you're asking about? If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, which one she preferred, and she preferred the second? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, dear. If so, I will gladly help out. I know a lot about Disco Elysium, but only if that would be deemed needed, of course. Okay. Thank you very much for offering, Trela. I'll keep you updated. I'll know for sure, like I said. I think I'll know for sure after the first stream, once we get into it. But either way, I will let you know for sure. A ring would have developed on the inside of the cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! He really said that, didn't he?
Objection!
Did he really just say that? As a rule, I filled my Hallow Chalice up to 7 times before any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet, on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Yeah. Godot things. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. How dare you, Ryu? How dare you? On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare. Yes, my liege. Though you had previously stated that you made coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accursed cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? His drinking habits kinda concerning? My guy must be a functional alcoholic? Well, Ramuki, I would agree normally, but how much of this does he actually drink? This dramatic mother effer. This dramatic mother effer. I try not to swear unless I absolutely have to. It was very necessary when Shamspeare rose from the dead last stream. How often has he actually drank it? He usually just pours to make a show of it, to swill it, and then maybe takes a sip, but then throws it away. So honestly, he has the equivalent of 1 glass of wine per trial. Unless you're surprised by Shamspeare, yep. Yeah, he barely drinks. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. Maybe he doesn't even like wine? The lore. The Van Zeek's lore. He has this crazy history that I want to learn about, and he may be faking his adherence to red wine? For verily, 'tis as thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. It's not even wine? I have a feeling I know what it could be. He's just maintaining the aesthetic. This part of the song is so good. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection.
And you've suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection.
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. It's grape juice, it's cherry. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, it's go time. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Ah, no! What does this mean? I do declare that it means there's no issue with the gas thieves. Oh, apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips. The pose. But the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back we stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as would be called a soup, and a leaf as would be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. I really like him. I really like him, Andres. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. This animation in particular, or this sprite, it is literally Poof during his breakdown. Remember when he just goes up to the light? It's literally the first thing that came to mind. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis sitting fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. He turns southern all of a sudden. It may be, Nora. I see it. Cinematic parallels. Man, fucking theater kids be normal challenge. Are there characters who you think do the theater kid thing too much? Or is any overdramatic character raw? As long as they're written decently, Andres. But I do admit that, honestly, all that has to be done is for them to be at least decent, solid, and if they're overdramatic on top of that, I'm gonna like them. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord? He does know how to play the crowd. He's like a mix of Poof and Pariston. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif was there making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says he's stealing gas. But if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't sway. True. Every good character in another story is just some combination of Hunter x Hunter characters. True. What? No! You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. We won't sway, yeah. I'm sure they won't. Summation examination? I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy... Let me just keep it here for a second. Thank you, MK. We've just transported to another dimension, haven't we? Where he's literally dancing to the beats of the percussion. I cannot handle this guy. I cannot. He's a bit out of sync. We'll give him a pass. I need a Shamspear fan cam. Okay. Oh, happy day. Van Zeek's not too impressed. Those moves. How is this happening? My thoughts exactly, Ryu. My lord! The defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime in which he's charged. All right. Here we go. Big think time. I'm a man of logic, me, and the music, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and to maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. I think you have a whole host of problems outside of being late. Hey, Kay. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? It's right up there for me as well, Dog Ninja. It's really good. The Great Ace Attorney Wives Don't Be Abusive challenge? Impossible. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. Yeah, very on topic. But never mind. Ugh. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shamspear was poisoned, there can be no doubt about that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspear was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly, but that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Let's try to save juror number 5. You know that quote? Actually, never mind. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. All right, King. Look at Shamspear. Look at him. Do you see him? Look at him. Look at this absolute dramatic asshole. I love him. Look at him in the back. Why is he smiling like this? Anyway. Does Ryunosuke ever draw his sword? No, but he puts his hand on it very confidently and sassily, and it's really good. That's easy emote bait. It is. What makes it better is he's blinking. Yes, he's holding the smile on purpose. It's not just a frozen sprite. Okay. I don't really know where to go from here. Because they're just debating gas politics. This poor juror number 5. Well, it's not like we've not seen weapons in court in Ace Attorney before, Kingslayer. We've seen whips, we've seen guns. This song is such a banger. Oh, he kind of is Nora. Oops. What am I doing? God damn, I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Can we... Okay, well, whatever. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? Huh? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Need a wife that poisons me with every food and drink she prepares for me. Gotta have some thrill in your life. If only you could transport back 130 years, Dog Ninja. This could turn into Sekiro at a moment's notice. Peak into peak. She's pretty, but also capitalism. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies, not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nothing is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have gas at all. What? But if they don't have gas, how do they go about selling it to people? This sounds researched. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas and sell that. They steal your gas. How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Yeah, this seems really researched. I totally understand why, Kay. It's already really interesting. Hey, John Char. Hey, John Char, and thank you for the 5-month total 3-month streak. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good morning to you. Hope your day's going well so far. They make a contract with the household supply by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. This just sounds base. They're just stealing from the man? They became based? They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check. Oh? What was that sound?
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? Sorry, one sec. Sorry, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets. Oh, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipes. Yes, but how does blowing into pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know, okay, that they've been meddling with the pipes. I see. That's similar to the lights thing, the gas lights thing that Garradeb was talking about. I see, okay. The trouble is, this particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into my house. Oh dear, what a disaster. The gas supply must have interrupted briefly because the man blew so hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all, I said? So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that info. Okay. Yeah, me too, Nora. So basically what Usopp did to Luffy at Water 7. Yeah? I can't believe Great Ace Attorney invented Oda. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Okay. Amend your statement. Okay. Crap. Sorry. Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Okay, so what is the significance of this? Blow too hard and you extinguish everything in your house, then you're in real trouble. Okay. Oh, wait. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation. No, Let's Play, you gotta go onto Patreon for that. Or you gotta catch him live. I like it too, Trayla. There's been a lot of front-loaded world building in this case. Blow too hard and you extinguish everything in the house and then you're in real trouble. When something gets amended, that means you can connect it to something else. The only thing that really makes me wonder is what he says here, past the victim's lips. And he's talking about... Wait. I think there's something with juror number 6. Juror number 5 is just potentially being poisoned by his wife. I don't know exactly what the connection is, but I kinda... 6 is the only one because of... I'll try it. I've never gone below 4 lives in this, so maybe we'll try it today. I don't think this is right. Do they? Those two statements clearly contradict each other, do they? How? I don't even know how. I just saw the past their lips phrasing. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yeah, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. Walk. Strut your stuff, Ryu. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did in a matter of speaking. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Nice. Did pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? to see if there were any traces of poison. Oh my god. Is that what happened? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but at the mouth of a gas pipe, Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? Did he poison himself? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine would have been in the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Please let this be with the truth. Are they tasted in gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? I think I got the wrong accent. Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I would have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summation examination, this is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have had to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Wow, that's 2 glasses in 30 seconds. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
No, there is! There is proof! I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips on the pipe, but he could be a contortionist. We've seen something. He's been all over that damn room. I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions... Oh boy. Oh boy. Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence, then. Juror number 3 is about to act up. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. It's proof of something. It's proof of something, that's for sure.
Take that!
Are you telling me he wasn't getting it from Soseki? No, not necessarily. He's about to act up, Andres. Juror number 3 is violently bisexual. Janitors must hate Van Zeeks with all the wine they have to clean up after every trial. He's got a damn river next to him. These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin Prints Council. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. They were going all out. So this is, Andres, this is why juror number 3 is about to act up. He's making the Red Sea. Juror number 3 looks like a Hetalia character had jury duty. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints seem to be visible. Yeah. Yep. Try to find any skin prints on Mr. Shamspeare's booty. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of, ah! I don't believe it. Oh, that's cool, Ramuki. I hope he is enjoying it. The gas lamp. Oh, he'll probably overtake me, Ramuki. He plays them more often than once a week. I assume. The origin of Rule 34. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? He's been getting his nut. I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into the gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker, and now if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into his pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. How obviously that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... There is an element of Wind Waker to the character design's antagonist. I do agree. If Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during summation examination, I will not. I must toast to my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. That's kinda cute. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Ah. Blowing the pipe with his hands against the wall, huh? Yeah, certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Hold it!
Please, my lord, if I may. Miss Susato? It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Tell him, Queen. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not is down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results to be absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Alright. Susato is the hard counter to Van Zeeks. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Oops. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Miss Susato, but I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Oh. Oh, the boy is spiraling. Why, Mr. Shamspeare? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. To you too, John Shar. Very well. Continue, counsel. Okay, I don't know where to go from here. Oh, crap. Okay. So 2 and 3 are done. We question 4. So 2, 3, and 4 are done. 1, 5, and 6. Let me just see what 5 says. You mean it's poisoned? The wife tries to poison you? That's right. What? It's happened a tidy few times? This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one where I don't get any wages. What? I was joking. I get in at tea time, you see, and I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. Oh. Okay. Alright. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. Very nice antagonist. I love Susto. She's more like 4th or 5th for me in this game. Overall, she'd probably still be in the top 10 though. Susalto. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Susato my top 2. Susato is a queen. Let's move on, please. That was amazing. I'm so glad I pressed that. Okay, let's try number 1.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with a big mustache, says the Englishman with a bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events of the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. She's so cute. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare has indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's been playing on my mind. Oh, I bet, putting salt in your tea instead of sugar? Oh boy. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean that he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. What? No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Fake it till you make it. Oh, testimony. If they're putting this as an option, there must be testimony. Testimony that he had blown into the pipe. Okay. In truth, I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? Oh. Oh, antagonists. My condolences, that sounds horrible. This is incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas and the Gyarados. Oh! Oh! Wasn't that Soseki? I think that was Soseki. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he said that there was gas all over the place. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume himself. This is, Andres, if you're still here, this is him sassily putting his hand on the sword. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court today, Mr. Natsume said the following. There's been a whole series of strange happenings. It went out... Okay, yeah. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly! So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Oh dear. Mr. Foreman. What is it, man? We cannot allow judgments to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree that there is more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. He's sweating. Thank you for the follow. Shankwa, thank you for the follow. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decision. 2 jury members now call guilty. 4 now call not guilty. The jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, is Van Zieks about to interrupt him? I'm feeling it. Never mind. I hereby order the continuation of this trial. I was wrong. I know nothing. Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that? I am done with this. I am done with this. Oh, he's completely finished. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Take my wine, I'm out of here. I'm done. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. I am done with this. That is my favorite. That's one of my favorite Van Zieks quotes.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison...
Objection!
Yeah, he loves Herlock. He can't deal with it. What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I fail to see what you could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? Why indeed? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Oh my god. If this isn't going to be what happens, but if Shamspeare tried to murder Natsume because he was upset at him because of their little LARPing roleplay Romeo and Juliet power scaling battle, case 2 is here is the best case in the series. I'm just saying. Order! Council! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? Oh my god, it's happening. The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
It's happening. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. Who poisoned him then? It is just the pettiest, most nerdy, beautiful reason for murder I've ever heard of in my life. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. So, who poisoned him then? He got poisoned because of the gas, I think. Oh, wait, I don't know if strychnine is in gas. I don't know anything about strychnine, so maybe not. We'll see. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Least toxic power scaler. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous! I cannot believe this. He's trying to kill Natsume. He tried to kill Natsume after being upset about the Romeo and Juliet power scaling wars. Unbelievable. Hey, Midrulian. How are you? This is what happens when you put people who take death battles seriously in one room. Remind me to never even hint at One Piece power scaling again. This is... Oh my god. I cannot believe this. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He is the victim that this man was trying to murder. What a reason to commit murder.
Objection!
If it ends up being true. The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question then arises is who put it there. Okay, so there can't be poison just in the gas. Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was unaware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Or was aware, excuse me. Zoro or Laboon? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, me too, antagonist. I think power scaling's... All jokes aside, power scaling's cool. I've never found it interesting, but outside of sports. But I think it's very cool. I'm doing well. I was just watching some Attack on Titan before hopping in. Hope you enjoyed. I have never not enjoyed an episode of Attack on Titan. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how would anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? Wait. Hold on. You mean to suggest... Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could have possibly known. No, I don't think so. Hold on, what? In other words, the person who put the poison in the gas pipe in what was clearly a retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. No. Wait. I don't know about that, but... Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. Okay, drop the theory now. What I was just thinking... Thanks, Kurtman. Enjoy your food. Was he not harassing... There is someone earlier in this chapter who was about to drink poison. Was he not harassing them about something? I think that's probably connecting to this somehow. Olive. Olive is who I'm talking about. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established. That suspicion is greater than ever. Perfect, Tatsukura. Thank you. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? By the way, the new alert from the out-of-context "it's a slavery stream" from yesterday, very unfortunate out of context, but it is now an alert for 666 bits. As we promised. So Nora, yesterday we watched Vinland Saga on stream, and we read One Piece on stream, and both series had to do with slavery as a theme for that day. So someone said, "Wow, it's a slavery stream," and I repeated it, and someone clipped it, and then I went, you know what, I'll put it for an alert. Yeah, there's the clip, and it's an alert for 666 bits as well. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? You must, Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. I was just repeating what Chad said, but it sounded very bad. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamsir's room. Soul Samurai followed me. Oh? So we must name that person now. I was 2,000% sure that Adrian B. Meterman was the culprit. I wasn't even thinking. So now we must name that person and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. How, though? What would be the motive? Oh, no, you know what? Hold on. Wow. Wow. All right. Today is the human rights stream, yes. Today is the human rights stream. Okay, I got it. It's Olive. I trust you'll make the correct decision this time, Mr. Foreman. Don't you... There was one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in the second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointed climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? He loves it. Oh, of course, John Shar. Like I said, I think it's a really awesome power scaling. I think is really awesome. I don't partake, but I think it's awesome. Vansies is like, whatever, I don't really care. You're stupid. But I mean, I guess you can just tell me the theory anyway. Just tell me the theory anyway. Lay it on me. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me your theory. I want to know.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Baka. Barrack is watching a car crash and can't look away. He wants to see how it ends. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of the stabbing on Briar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, she was unconscious, so on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in the possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspear. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Never heard of her. I'm sorry, Andres. The furniture and Ace Attorney gets slapped harder by than Medua. True, the poor furniture. The begging, Andres. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. This is really interesting how it's all coming together. I do agree. Yeah, he said in hospital, yeah. We will see my Nipponese, learn a Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say, but at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Fair. Thank you, counsels. We will reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Okay. I think we have the motive. I don't think we have the method exactly, but we'll see. He's being very accommodating, MK. All right. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. Now finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. What are you doing? Not in particular, antagonist. Sorry to not be of any help. Oh, what the hell? It's him! He's back! He will, Riley. The goat! It's him! Hold on, I need to do the emote. Where is it? Give me a second. Why is it not coming up for me? Here we go. Boom. The delayed reaction. I was looking at antagonist message. We do have a Herlock emote. Isn't it beautiful? We have 2 Herlock emotes. Good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, her Hairlock Sholmes! May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You came. How wonderful. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Oh, thank you so much, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to Jamon, who can now use the Herlock Sholmes emote. If they desire. Thank you so much, Soul Samurai. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? AJ, let me know how episode 2s of Trigun and Nier were. Trigun, very good, lots of fun, enjoyed it a lot. Nier, so much better than episode 1. I actually thoroughly enjoyed Nier's episode 2. Episode 1 was kinda very disappointing. Episode 2 was very pleasing. Right, Ramoki? Yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all. I didn't sleep. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results, by first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. I love him. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Wow. Wow. Thank goodness we have Herlock Sholmes to tell us these things. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose I prove by experimentation, that, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. And yes, one more thing. Do you remember this? The bottle of poison? Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was nearly empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it indeed contains strychnine. Yeah, there we go. So I was right. Hey, Offie. It is indeed Monday, isn't it? Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Thank you. Thank you, Sholmes. I was planning on doing that, but thanks to your warning. Ah, could I have a word? Gregson? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. You're tearing me apart. You're tearing me apart, Herlock. Oh, hi, Offie. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamspeare's room? Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? Yeah, this is the... I assume we're about to enter the last part of the Case 2 trial, Offie. This is an intermission. Okay. What do we got? These documents. It died of natural causes, 18 counts of burglary, 6 of suspected murder. Okay. Include the details that were in the... Okay, I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Queen! How's she so good? Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Yeah, I'm just making sure that things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Based. Look, I don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. All right, make your way back. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. He's a sleepy boy. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. Alright. Thinking cap. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on, but it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. I can't believe Olive did it. What a twist. Time to power scale Shakespeare. Romeo, Juliet, Hamlet, Macbeth. Damn, I was thinking of a specific one from Romeo and Juliet. What's his name? I forget it. Julius Caesar, why not? I don't care that she attempted murder, she's adorable. Very fair. Mercutio, yes. Mercutio, yes. Perfect. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. True, Offie. Personally, Macbeth is my favorite Shakespeare. Shakespeare peaks with Macbeth. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. I've never read Othello. I've read Hamlet, Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, Julius Caesar, Midsummer Night's Dream, in parts, not all of it. And my favorite's Macbeth. I think I've read one more. I forget it, though. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. The bits I read of Midsummer Night's Dream I did like, but I didn't read enough to form my opinion on it, because that one I actually read for leisure, not for school. But while I was reading it, I was just like, this is cool, but 15-year-old AJ was like, I could be reading Shakespeare for leisure, or I could be playing Call of Duty. And 15-year-old AJ was more into Call of Duty. Midsummer Night's Dream showing up in 14 was the best it ever got? Joking, but are you really? I mean, 14 is the modern Shakespeare. You read more One Piece? I did, Offie. I read up to 495. It's really good sometimes. It's been way too long. Half my life ago, almost, I read Midsummer Night's Dream. A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. Really? Really? Shakespeare stream? So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting for the witnesses in the witnesses' antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Oh, you're almost at 1,000? Offie? My goodness, you're almost caught up then. Yeah, he calls him honorable after that. Why not, Ramuki? Why not? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. Oh, Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks is extra sassy today. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. 46.21%. We are so close to 50%. Antagonist. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Okay, less based. Less based, Van Zeeks. Be nice. What a cautery. Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you can no longer merely be the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. Alright, Santi, have a good one. The part you played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would... The sound. For naught else, my lord. And Miss Green. Yes? You were aware of the reason you've been summoned to the courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Wow, these animations, very cool. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And, do you accept the charge? I don't know anything about poisoning, or any poisoning. And I didn't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die! the pause between to live. Come, lady, die to live, to live. What's the best classical book you've ever read? I haven't read a ton, Andres. It might be Macbeth, if that counts. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. Come, lady, die to live. Verily? Thank you, Soul Samurai. It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I love that she brings her easel and canvas. I rarely ever go to the East End anyway. Hello, Trish. I hope your Monday has been very good so far. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. The first words Shamspeare said on waking up was quoted from Macbeth. Yeah. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Beowulf. I have not read Beowulf. Awesome, Trish. Sounds beautiful. Sounds like a hell of a Monday. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrideb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. Okay. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, though through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. No, I got a text from my dad. At this point in time, what happened was a package came, and it came to my parents' house, and they would have had to sign and pay $50 of import fees for it, or I would have to pick it up myself. So my dad's not hacking the game, but other people tried to hack his bank account or something. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no, the incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. Trish and Hannah. Not one brain cell, but shared brain cells. Multiple. Many. Thousands. Millions, but shared. Exactly. How's it going, Ron? It very well might be, Ron. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. Eh? But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. We have two, and that is one that is all the same characters we love, and the other is Junko and someone else. Oh, you have opposing thoughts on Junko. I see. I see. I gotcha, okay. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Somehow McGilded is behind all this. I can't believe how hard I coached that McGilded was somehow still alive throughout the whole first game. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case had their lodgings. Olive's design is very comfy, I agree. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. Oh, sorry, pickpocket. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. We did never see a body, exactly, Oratorio. Propinkist has arrived. Hello, Propinkist. Anyway, yeah, we need McGilded to rise back, just like the Phoenix. In Ace Attorney, it just all makes sense, Soul Samurai. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Right on time, Propinkist. See, I think that sometimes as well, antagonist, but I've just got no time. Yes, a second incident inside a week is what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Sosuke-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connected these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they are unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. Oh, me too, MK. But then I remembered what Ace Attorney does with dead characters in the beginning of games. And then I was better. Then I felt better. Trish has got the persona brain rot? It happens to all of us. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I'm certain of it. Like none, Ron. I'm sorry, I'm uncultured. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Oh, it's going very well, Pro Pinkest. Yesterday, me and Hannah watched 2 episodes, which had some very good Francis content. Oh, why'd you spoil it for me, Midrulian? His ass is not reading classic literature. Okay. I was stabbed in the back. I had a matter to attend to. Why are you being vague? I feel really sorry. I feel really bad for accosting Olive, but I feel like I have to question her. Okay, what is the matter? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It is adorable, Pro Pinkest. Ah, it was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. Yeah, she hid something behind her back. From my memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Yeah, yep. What the hell was that noise? I wish I could replay noises. Damn it. What? Alright, sir, do you have some sort of issue?
Excuse me.
Oh, if I press again, true. Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That's... I love this guy. That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from me within me with a narrow thought. Yeah, you definitely didn't need it. That was just totally natural. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Oh, he sounded like Birdie Arms. True. Something of relevance, perhaps. Nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so. But sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just 1 floor above yours. Miss Green. Me and my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I'm wondering too, antagonist. I think it could be really cool if he breaks character, but at the same time, I don't know if I want him to. I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence. Oh. Oh, that's important. Okay. Okay. And the other half of it was found in Shamspeare's room. Yeah, that's what links it. Yes, okay. It's Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony. Okay, okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to press... No, I didn't mean to do this. Okay. I was stabbed in the back. Got it. Outside the house. This animation is so cute. Do you have any theories about what's going on? She had the poison. It was strychnine. It is what he inhaled from the gas pipes, or ingested from the gas pipes. It could be some sort of accident or revenge, but I don't see that in her characterization just yet. But that could maybe relate to what she was doing. I have a lot of pieces. I don't know exactly how to put them together just yet. Does she have a red spot on her cheek? I don't think so. Let's see. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst. What were you doing?
Hold it!
Maybe it'd be like Gintama characters. Maybe. Maybe antagonist. A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the slug and the salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. Gross. I did miss that, Tatsukura. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? Oh, did he just drop it here? Yeah, he just dropped the Shakespearean. How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. Okay. Why were they suspicious? Oh, you know what? Maybe they were meeting. Maybe they were meeting. Hold on. Let me read the card he... Because where was it? Can we open this? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen this exact shape somewhere else. You don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up? A perfect match? Was the water there bottled? I bet it was. This torn off, just like this, end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. Okay. Is there a way I can read this? Thank you, Trela. AJ, let me know if the new alliance rate is peak? How would I know? I can let you know maybe in a few months. But I mean, it's 14, so it's probably peak. So let's go with yes. Okay. I'm assuming they might have been meeting. Well, I'll let you know it is beautiful. Mr. Shamspear. Andres always makes me chuckle. Me too. Sometimes he makes me ascend with his Final Fantasy XIV interpretations and explanations. Never a dull moment, though. And when he's making the tier lists. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Okay, that you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely... Is it the envelope? I assume it's this.
Take that!
Oh, I can't wait, Andres. I can't wait for you to lay it on me. I can't wait to ascend and then retroactively ascend. I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the slug and... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I just couldn't read it now, though. For some reason. That's weird. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. I think I might agree, Andres. It definitely... I don't know. Maybe not all the time, but a lot of the time. Your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well, excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? May you do what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Really, Andres? That's crazy. Good. Well, I guess you compensate with your bad experience-ing with doubly good retroactive experiencing. Very well, then, you may amend your testimony to include details about this particular note, or peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Okay. That's not true. Can I just contradict this straight away? I think I can.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off end of the envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Amending testimonies in my ace attorney? Where did you find that? I'm trying to think of other works that I can think of for me personally, Andres, where that ends up being the case. Where the retroactive stuff ultimately are the main result of what puts them where they are. In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions from that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th, and so that's exactly where you went. Me too, actually, Andres. I think The Sopranos is only where it is in my favorites list. It would probably be a favorite regardless, but thinking a lot about The Sopranos helps out a lot. Majora's Mask... a little bit. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green. What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all. I think so, Andres. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? You broke, I mean, thou wert in my room. That's beautiful. Breaking character like that. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? I do love that too, Trish. Also, I think that's how Xenoblade Chronicles 3 hit me. Ooh, I hope it does that for me too, Kay. I think that happens to me a lot with Soulsborne. Like Sekiro. I love playing... No, not Sekiro. I love Elden Ring as much as I do, particularly because... But the experiences for them are so good too. It's a mix of both, I guess. It's a mix of both. What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Ugh. Miss Green. Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. She's already kind of done it. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now, on the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note that Miss Green claims to have received. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Trish. That's what it seems like to me as well, Andres. It seems like thinking on Endwalker helps a lot of people appreciate it more than they would otherwise. We'll see how it goes with me. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered on to me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Okay, I think she was trying to kill him. I think she was trying to kill him because he was to blame for Duncan Ross's murder, death, whatever. That's what I think. You can now claim to have received this letter. Do you? You now claim to have received this letter. Do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. Oh, Many Memo was so good. Review Starlight. Oh, interesting, Midrulian. I'm glad it's that high up for you. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? I beg your pardon? Yeah, definitely ideally, Andres, and I feel like I'm getting that with 14. And Sekido to an extent, I got it. But I did reflect a lot on it as well. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides... Very fair, Nora. We all know who the liar around here is. Yeah. End of Ava the second time around, Andres. I had that. The first time? I mean... overwhelmed is probably a good word for it. If that's true, Ms. Green, how do you explain the fact? This part of the envelope was... Whoa, I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I was never an Ava hater, no. I'm a fledgling artist. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. No, I always thought Ava was really good, Andres. It was just not a favorite, and it disturbed me. It was a combination of it having been so personal that it upset me, and so I didn't really like it as a result. And so I couldn't properly examine and delve into it. I developed past that, and now it's a strong favorite. I feel that, but I really liked it as a result. Yeah, when you feel that sort of thing, you can either really like something or really dislike it. These days, I think I exclusively like something when I feel that way about a work. But back then, it was a bit too raw for me to like it. Oh, it's one of the highlights antagonist. Well, counsel? I'm ready, my lord. Okay, I think I already... The defense will now proceed with a cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. So I think Olive tried to poison him because of Ross. And that's why she broke in. So is there a contradiction here, though? Nobody came. So, okay, nobody came, so that must be while she tried to do that, if he's not lying. If he's not lying, this explains it all. Why would I sneak into his room? To poison him. Yeah, exactly, Andres. Like, remember what we were talking about when I was experiencing the cutscene with Exarch? I won't get into it because of spoilers deeply, but like Exarch and explaining his backstory and talking to Urianger and all that stuff, and how I was just talking about how that applied to games, Final Fantasy games as a whole, as well as the the Warrior of Light and all that stuff. Like, I was being hit by it. I was getting hit by both, you know? And I also think of the parlay scene. Remember how much I fanboyed at the parlay scene? Like, that's a great example of getting hit by both for 14. Okay, so you would sneak into his room. We could try this. Because you were gonna poison him.
Objection.
Boom. Bam. We've been on the money today. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shom's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. Be sure not to lick it. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare. Ah. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Oh yeah, Midrulian, one of my favorite things about this game is the presentation. They adapted so well from 2D boldness into 3D expressiveness with boldness without losing that. It's done amazingly. I think it's, in terms of stylistics, I struggle to think of better adaptations than this from 2D to 3D. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me. This is sad. Because we know what her motive for this is. It has good presentation, Andres, but it's still flawed, you know? Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Because in the case of Final Fantasy presentation, Andres, that was revolution, but to me, it didn't really fully come across as immaculate presentation until it evolved into what we see with a 9. I have it in a 9, Andres. Has she done literally anything wrong? If she tried to poison him. In a court of law. Hey, Hailing. It's going very well. We're at the tail end, I think, of this case. Yeah, 9's presentation, to me... True. My most flawed 10 is Final Fantasy VII Remake, Andres. The 6th Ace Attorney game has some of the most expressive animations I've seen in anything. Very subtle touches here and there. Ooh. Begging for that Steam remake, or the Steam port, or whatever. Also, how's it going, Weaver? I don't think I said hello. When Shamspeare is presented as the villain of the case, but he's completely clueless. Yeah, that's Shamspeare. Of the Final Fantasies I've played, 9 is my favorite. Mine too. Final Fantasy 9 is the best one so far. We'll see how the next year goes with regards to that. Isn't it such a good quote, Andres? What is my least flawed 9 out of 10? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Glad you had the day off. We were glad it's going well. Sorry, one sec. Let me check my top 100. My least flawed 9. B-stars? Oh, no. If you consider the manga. Let's go with, Kaguya-sama. Kaguya-sama. There you go. Yeah. Or SpongeBob Seasons 1 to 3. Or Undertale and Deltarune. Any of those. I have Dog Ninja. It's been shown to me recently. 14's the best one for me. It's the only one I played. The thing about that quote isn't even... Sorry guys, I'm going to continue in a second. Isn't even like what he's saying or the thematics behind it, because I've seen it everywhere. It's how they say it. I don't know who says it or when, or even the context, but just the way they express it is so cool. Yeah, it's... The concept is not a novel one, but the way it's expressed is really beautiful, and the context makes it even better, Andres. 9 is going to save you. It is going to save you. Yeah, I think B-stars fell off a little bit. The conclusion is not great. But maybe the anime will make it better. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Wolfman. Also, hello, Wolfman. I've not read the manga for Kaguya Oratorio, so that's what I got so far. I'm not afraid I'm gonna live. It's so good. 14 is my favorite of the ones I haven't played. Based. Hello, Lamp. How are you? We got a lot of people that just came in right now. Hope everyone's doing well. What's the best Final Fantasy game? I've only played 14 and barely anything of 15. 9, 6, 7 Remake, 7, 10, and 14, and Tactics, and 8. Maybe in that order, not necessarily in that order, are all favorites at this moment for me. I'm excited for your reaction to all of Case 3. It's legendary. We're going to get to Case 3 today. We're going to get to it today. 12 is very good as well. 12 isn't quite a favorite, but it has a great cast, great politics, great setting. 12 is really good. You said something about the next year of Final Fantasy, and you, for real, are going to be playing Endwalker, 16, and 7 Rebirth, right? I am saved this year. 2023, oh my god. I've never played 13. Alright. Counselor, are you seriously suggesting that this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Oops. Gameplay doesn't really work with me, Dog Ninja, so I had to work past that. But the story itself is brilliant. Maybe lacking a bit of emotional punch, but I'm kind of like... I think it's just a beautiful plot. Beautiful political piece. With lots of... Tactics is story. We were talking earlier about stories you experience and you love it as you experience it, and stories you think about later, and retroactively you're like, wow, that was great. I feel that way about Tactics, the latter. The best FF game is 7 because Tifa's so hot. True. Very true. Yes, my lord, there's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Hello, Sarah. Utana, interesting, Nora. Yeah, Ikuhara's stuff, I definitely think, would be that way for a lot of people. That's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. Oh? Tell us, Barak. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of an ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. This part of the song is so good. For what it's worth, Tompiet, I understand being a little scared because it's going off the rails, or it could go off the rails, and it's very risky. It's very bold what they're doing. But for what it's worth, I'm very confident in Rebirth, Tompiet. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamsphere's address. More activity. Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, was being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. As the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamsphere was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, the room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamsphere had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. Okay. Hey, Kaigu. Happy Monday, Kaigu. Yeah, that's weird, Prodigy. That's very weird. I think that's just bizarre advertising. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamsphere was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe has been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary? With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? This court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be home at the stated time. Okay, yeah. It's all coming together. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! What do you have to say for yourself? Witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. Yep. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Her beloved. I really feel sad for her. I really do.
Take that!
Oh yeah, it's Susato. Oh yeah, Duncan Ross. Funny that you can get penalized here when Van Zieks knows who it is too, and then get a game over. Really? That is funny. That's right, before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago. It was all when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes. I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Alright, Trish, see ya. Have a good time at the gym. I hope you enjoy it, Wolfman. Gameplay is secondary to story, Tompiet. But in rare circumstances, it is just as important. So like Sekiro, that I just finished, was an exception to that. So there are exceptions, but generally I play games for story. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamsphere blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It is weird, Sarah. It is weird. Interesting lamp. So breaks to reflect back at the content helps increase your appreciation. The man died. Okay, yeah. It was murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. It's an interesting story. They want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Wow. That real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamsphere. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamsphere, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different accounts of murder? Wow. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
This is crazy. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamsphere have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Oh, crap. Whoops, sorry. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? What is he? Yeah, my dude is just going off on the side. I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. Easy. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted that note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we discovered that. A newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box were inside. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. Whoa. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. That's crazy, yeah. The minor character design detail was evidence all along. That is so crazy. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, I... What? He thinks this woman tried to murder him, can't get over your ideological virtue signaling in even this case? Huh? What? What are you talking about? He inherited that key. It was obviously I just don't like when in games there's fat shaming. That's all. That's it. Have you not been here for the hours prior where I've been gushing over this guy? Like, if you don't like the streams, my friend, you don't have to watch. It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means that you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it to me. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamster has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamster at first, but considering everything we may know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Okay. Because I'm sure that I caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. I must demand that you present evidence. Okay. What's the motivation for Mr. Shamster's alleged crimes? Okay. Process of elimination time. No? What's this? Oh, okay. The Selden stuff? Oh yeah, I love her design. I love the variety of designs in this game. Okay. Wait, let me back up. What is it asking? The motivation for Shamster's crimes. Victim murder. 1,000 pounds of loot he stole remains uncovered. Okay. So it's not this. Maybe this. It may be coming to the fore here. A bottle of poison. No. I don't think this is relevant. No. I don't think the handprints. Victim's medical report. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. There's an ambulance outside. Sorry if you can hear it. Oh yeah, you can definitely hear that. I think there's literally only one thing it could be. I think it can only be this. So, the motivation for his crimes... I don't actually know how it connects exactly. I think I'm being stupid. I think there's something I should know with regards to the Selden connection to him, but I can't really put it together right now. But I think through process of elimination, it has to be this. Because this doesn't make sense. No. I don't think it's any of these. We've already done this. We've done this. I think it has to be that.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume. Selden was the owner of Sosuke's room before Duncan. True, yeah. I knew that part. I don't understand. So I know they're linked in this way, but I don't understand how that would lead to the motive. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until... The answer is soap! He was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it just so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That's how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. The One Piece? It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen... Okay, that makes sense. And a key. Okay, so that's what the key was for. I see. You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It is a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! Zazazist. Sorry, your name is difficult for me to say. But yes, I think it is. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garredeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, this is really cool how this comes together. Was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of this room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching to the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sosuke Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. Well, you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason: to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. He's fine. This all came together really interestingly. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to whoa, listen, I want you to have me loot. Oh, okay, anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. Shamsier was a genius. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in L, I guess. Shamspear. It's mine. What a piece of shit. He killed Ross to get the money. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Yo! What the hell is this? Mr. Shamspear? Oh, this is amazing. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Me when I wake up in the morning. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being, anyway. This face, amazing. I totally agree, Soul Samurai. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. This is wild. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give it up? Give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. Why he didn't ask Soseki to switch rooms with him? I might have an answer to that, Wolfman, but I think I'll let this play out more to understand more about his character before answering that. Oh, he did? Okay. He did ask that. Okay, there you go. I forgot about that. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. God damn it, MK. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in the possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Oh, this... Nervous dancing? Nervous dancing? It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall? The metal detector. The soap. Ballistic. I don't remember if the only problem is I don't remember if we examined what was behind there. Did we take it off? Because if we didn't take this off, then this is the clue. This is it. Either way, we have 5 lives. Let's try it out.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, because, like, removing that picture continuously, the miracle never happened. Those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord, exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. I love her. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think that the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. It's him. What the hell? He's on the witness stand! He's on the witness stand! Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. My king! Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? He cannot even contain his fanboyism. He cannot even contain it. Your usual haunts are the filthy backstreets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zieks then. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Thank you so much, Pickpocket, for the brand new Prime sub. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I hope you are enjoying the streams and everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large... Got a sub for the Sholmes appearance? Of course. That does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. Of course it does. Of course it does. What are you talking about? If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. Herlock Sholmes is immune to the law. Hope this helps. It's true. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample... We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Hold on. Indicator solution. Sholmes is the law. The answer is Sholmes. Okay. Okay. A sample to make an indicator solution. Now, is it a person or evidence? The... Have you tried soap? Was he cleanly? Before answering this, was he a cleanly man? What has he touched? He touched... Okay, this file, no. Olive touched something that was empty. It was the note. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was in the tin. The tin wasn't empty before because he left him a note for Shamspear. Olive found that, took that out, touched it herself. So I think it would be Olive. Right? Okay. I think it's a person. He touched the lives of many people, mostly the 6 he died. Damn. This is true. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot, and something the victim owns happened to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. Thank you. So which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Olive has it. Yeah, Olive has it.
Take that!
Big Brain AJ, it happens once in a while. Thank you. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? Oh yeah, the key. Duh. I wasn't even thinking about what was actually in the tin, but it was a key. That belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. He's not lying, but the way he says it is very gross. I didn't even realize it was the key. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Oh, let's go. Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you, if the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Do it. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. My top 5 characters in this game: Herlock, Herlock, Ryu, Van Zeeks, Susato, and... Last time it was... Eggert. Either Eggert or Iris or... Gina. It might have been Gina. Thank you for the follow. Fix this. McGilded I like a lot, but it wasn't top 5. Oh, Kazuma. I think that might have been it. It was. I forget the exact order, but it was either Kazuma, Eggert, or Gina. Yeah, it was one of them. The strings. No, definitely Kazuma hailing. Definitely. I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give that key to me! The detective shan't have it! I will remain the one Gregson stan. I think he adds a lot to the experience. Oh, I think so too. I just don't find him as impressive as the other characters is all. It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No, no! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy... Whoa! Be thy name? Did he just... Whoa! The moves on my guy. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Where did he get the confetti from? We don't ask these questions. He just procured it. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have the time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Despair? Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind the rent, for one thing. Mr. Girdeb really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then the Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume, what unfortunate timing. He really is cursed. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your luck of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Okay, Van Zeeks. Strut your stuff. It's very clear, Trela. They loved doing this, all this Shakespeare stuff. Well, let me tell you, in your case... Interesting. It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. The silence. Wow. Olive unexpectedly raw. At first, I really did think that it was a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please. Don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Ooh. If it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. Wow. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, this is really good. The tiny plucks in the back. The bells, yeah. We said we'd wait until we graduate before we tell our parents, right? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of a house one day when I was there. He walked up to the roads to Grub's grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. This place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe, but the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? You mean... Yes, everybody heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market. I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you think of there. Yeah, the perpetrators here are super big brain. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily... Sorry, stretch, made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. Shamspeare, thy name is woman. Oh, interesting, Oratorio. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Okay. Don't tell anyone else. It's a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it were icy. Wow, that's very big-brained. And of course, he did follow the instructions. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Susato's eyes there. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend." I totally agree, MK. That's one of my favorite things about her, too. It's an interesting revenge plan because it hinges on Shamspeare trying to murder someone again. So in a sense, this is pretty justified. I like that that's how she... that it hinged on that. It hinged on him confirming it, or that as well, but also him confirming it through his guilt. And then doing it again. I like it. And yeah, Meterman could have died too. Meterman could have died too. I don't think she was in a state to think about that. Obviously, that doesn't excuse it, but yeah, exactly. She was in the pits of despair. I don't think she really cared to think about that. In the moment, at least. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Oh? The judge is like, get a room. Good God. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Ms. Green. True, Wolfman. Perfect. Yes, my lord? Yes, yeah, so in the moment, I don't think she thought of that oratorio, but I think afterwards, when the dust settles, right? You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of William Shamspeare. Yes, I know. For sure, pickpocket. Really interesting stuff. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sosuke Natsume here present. What a pain. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from... Yeah. We got it, Ryu. I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Yeah, he just goes like right out with it. But this is very sweet. Very fair, Nora. Very fair. This is very sweet. I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh. And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing that Mr. Shamspeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. That might be her first smile. I think it is. Miss Green. Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. I like that case. I like that case quite a bit. Yeah, exactly, Riley. The complexion here is totally different. Court is adjourned. Now Shamspeare goes to hell. Yep. Who do you like more between Shamspeare and Luke Atme? I think I have to give that to Atme. I think I have to give it to Atme, but, I mean, you guys saw. I really enjoy Shamspeare as a character as well. Yes, at last. Divine justice duly done! Shamspeare or Many Memo? I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Divine justice. What letter would you give Shamspeare? I would have to think. Maybe a high B? Shamspeare sucks? Great Ace Attorney 2 sucks? Zvadi. My dear fellow, if there were divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. What the hell? You piece of shit. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Oh, he's so good, MK. The tragic clown, yeah. Nothing, like, ugh, that was so good. Some say a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Shones. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Yeah, Offie, it's so good. Atmi's so good. Congratulations on your acquittal. The theme, ugh. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. Mario's found his enemy. And then by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. Oh, that is funny, accordion. That's funny. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided that I like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Get him, King. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? Offie. Offie, when the strings come in? When the strings come in. Ooh. When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache? Right here. Ooh. It's so sweet. It's sweet as honey, these strings. I suppose you're right. It will, in a way, be literature. He did the catboy pose. But as of now, I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Oh, we'd be passed out in half an hour, Offie. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may well be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Oh? That's very true. Oh yeah, we're absolutely right, Propinkist. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. Really beautiful? We're looking at Oda, is what you're saying? The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes. Pace was such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly. I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving, I mean it. Very nice. And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sosuke-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father was gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now-deceased convict in his former lodgings. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. The plot thickens indeed. Lore? The thick plottins. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day, wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Gregsy's been, I love seeing Iris again, happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let us examine the late burglar's haul. What is that? It looks like some sort of neckband or collar. And there's blood. A collar? It's huge, though. And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. Yeah. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. B for bar of soap, B for blood, B for... On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Begilded? I feel as though I've seen that somewhere before. Where could it have been? Whoa. That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? Yes, it is, Andres. All the color drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Whoa, sus. Herlock Sushomes. It doesn't work. He's sus, is what I'm saying. It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Suslock Sholmes, there you go. Perfect. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now. I'd never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable, but that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now, and you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I presume. Sounds good, Andres. I cannot wait. I hope your lunch is delicious. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Welcome back, Offie. I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? Oh my, What is going on? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Sounds good, Tompiet. Enjoy your dinner. The voice acting? We'll be streaming for a decent amount more. I at least want to get a decent amount into the next case, so... But either way.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Has the voice acting improved between games? This is the best he's ever heard. He's ever sounded to me. The Great Exhibition of London. Yeah, I think Ryu sounds much better. That's it, folks. That's it. That's case 2. Whoa. Episode 3, The Return of the Departed Soul. Oh, so much better, Offie. The Return of the Departed Soul. The first thing I immediately think of, who's a departed soul? That we miss dearly? Well, McGill did, obviously. Kazuma? Episode 3. Me too, Sarah. Okay, so I'm going to, in a second, go to the bathroom to take a quick break, but I want to at least start it. Giselle Brett. Finally, McGilded lore. The Great Departed Soul. Oh yeah, we're doing this.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Crystal Towers in fiction? I'm just saying. Oh.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Okay, should I go to the bathroom now or after this scene? Should we take a break now or after the scene? After? Okay. Okay, Weaver said now. Propinka said now. MK said now. More people said after than now. Okay. Okay, just going by that rough vote. Now, because I have to go. Okay, we'll do it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
What is going on? This is awesome.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
The Industrial
A
Revolution.
man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Oh, that's cool, Trayla.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh no, he looks so confident.
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air,
Oh god.
to arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one, yes. Whoa!
He's so excited.
Yes! No, please, that's not what I wanted.
It cuts off like that? Really? Okay. Okay. Wow, damn. Alright. Okay, guys. Everything's fine. I'm sure that was fine. Who could have predicted it would have gone wrong? This is not what I intended. Okay, I will be right back. Quick bathroom break. It has been 3.5 hours, so take a stretch yourself, go to the bathroom if you need to, get some water, and we'll be back to start case 3. We are back. Oh, one sec. All right. Let's get into case 3. Bruno, are you listening? Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper, it's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Me too, MK, no worries. Sorry. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Uh-oh. He's in a mood. He's in a mood. You're even more down. What happened this time? When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you would have known I was here because, you know, breakfast. Well, Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim, so much that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. Do tell us, sir. Please. Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. This man. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? I can't handle him. Did you say something, Iris? 2 seconds ago, he was shadowboxing. Back to moping. I love this man so much. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the Great Exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to! Of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. He really does, Oratorio. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Alright, you needy... He's just the best. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add, that's not like you. What sort of case is it? What? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? I have not, Blacksmith. I think I'll watch it either tonight or tomorrow. I'm excited to check it out, though. Have you seen it? The more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah, what is he doing? He's just standing there. He's just standing there. Why is he posing like this? Menacingly. Yes. Is it really a case that's bothering you? And I love Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal's so good, so I'm really excited for that. It's really good? Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's the knuckle bind stance. It is. Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Okay. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. He's so moody. Yeah, exactly, Oratorio. Half a year ago now, the Danganronpa stance. I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first glance seemed a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of this trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me, the situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told that I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris' special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. Ryu Malewife Arc? Maid Arf? Maid Arf. Maid Arc? He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to be the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on... Do you mean those things? Fly? Arf. Yes, of course, they fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have to do with anything? Or with flying? That makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Ah. Okay. I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Yeah? Alright, buddy. Shadows cast behind? Is this a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Let's check it. Whoa! So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one. Yeah, Bloodborne? Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? Is that Van Zieks? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zieks. That must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Okay. A lost cat? The Reaper attacked. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Baruch Van Zieks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty, once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks was attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. Very well done, Oratorio. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. I want to be taken by the Reaper? Based. Although it seems like his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright? Is he hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? All right. Let's go on a quest. Well, oh, I thought he was going to come with us. He's got his own case. I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. I'll see you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me on my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you will be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. Alright then, Runo, let's get going. This is adorable. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I need to get to that one part of the song. I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're gonna take me. I love the hat. Here it comes the best part of the song. Do, 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 do. This is the best part right here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What a theme. You're gonna take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then. Hell yes. Your word is our command. Just lower that weapon, would you? Mickey Mouse if he was a good character. After the Supreme Court, we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. Oh, I wanted that theme to play for longer. Alright. What shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Runo? Okay. She's adorable. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Adorable. This is peak Iris cuteness. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. Wish we could see Sholmes with that animation. There's still hope yet. Iris is the best. I love her. This time we came here 6 months ago, or the time we came here 6 months ago, when Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes. Whoa. We've been waiting for 4.5 hours? 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Do. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Whoa. See, the thing is, I know he's saying that because he's intimidated, but that could really come off as passive-aggressive, so careful. Careful, Ryu. Careful. Good to know. Ryu is passive-aggressive? True, but I don't think he would try to be in front of Lord Strongheart. Good to know that he doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. You were extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 centuries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Hey, Tompiet. Hope dinner was good. We ended the case. It ended very interestingly. We got some Sholmes intrigue, and we've started case 3. Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something— he really is Nora. He's so imposing. There's something else playing on my mind as it happens. That would be the article? Van Zeeks? Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Basically all of it, Tompiet. We have the Great Exhibition. We have Van Zeeks, who is apparently attacked by guys with guns. A lot of stuff's going on. Yeah, I know he isn't dead. Thank goodness, that would be a huge shame. Oh, and Ryu wants to ask because he's been banned from working for the last 6 months. I actually came here to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, wow, he does not care, does he? Or he's just like, hurry up, hurry up. It made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Yeah, they can't have Kazuma and Van Zeeks in the same series. Oh no, we were... The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. Oh no, oh my god, they were compatriots. He was... Why did they have to spring this song on me? He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Why did they have to show his body? Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing? Perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. They've hinted at this consistently. Never mind. God damn it! God damn it, Strongheart! I've read all the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. He wanted to make gay marriage legal. Oh, of course. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Wow, okay. Kazuma Asasuki? Lord Sushart? Thank you so much. Can't believe Asogi is Asogi Kazuma, samurai with a mission. Dai Gyakuten Saiban soundtrack. That's wonderful news, Runo. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. This is where the lore really picks up. Ooh, I can't wait. Of course, please tell me more. You described it as a curious affair. That's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with the click of the fingers. That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care. Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Oh my gosh. A certain Mr. Odi Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society. Yeah, Iris, that was Odious Man. Okay, Odi Asman. Okay, Odious Man. Odious Man. A large explosion? That was a little bit scary from Iris. A man died. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. Albert Harebrain. Perfect. Perfect name. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Anyone would be lucky to have her. Offie. The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. I feel so out of my depth before I've even started. Still. We should go to the prison straight away and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think? Definitely. Ah yes, one more thing about this case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zieks, how? All sorts of conferences have taken place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. Ah! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate, so it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. They would, wouldn't they, Tompiet? No worries, Nora. Very understandable. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. He's very proud. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. That's 3 times the birds have reconvened. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London will be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Go off? By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. Oh. What? Oh, how fascinating. It all began 15 years ago. I was... And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. That reminds me of a scene from Paper Mario. Essentially, thank you for the follow, Hamza. I'm so glad that my miming inspired a follow. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Ryu is dead. R.I.P. Kazuma, Van Zieks, and Ryu. I can't believe we lost the Holy Trinity. Right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. As she should. McGill did too, of course. Is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Alright. Oh, whoops. That reminds me, have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he? There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Check the YouTube link just above. Okay. Okay, one sec.
Special K cereals have...
Special K cereal. Hold on. Add. Okay, let's watch it really quickly. Why is there an ad on it? Because you gotta support your YouTubers by watching ads. Right? Ad blockers are not good for YouTubers. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, let's do this. Strongheart's Adventure. Special K, Kazuma? Okay. Let me mute this. I gotta mute my game. Hold on. Okay. And then, boom, here. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush. Same as
I will never stop loving Skyrim, by the way. Never. Never in my life. That was perfect. Thank you very much. Ryu just got isekai'd into Skyrim, yeah. I wonder which, I wonder which side he picked. Very well, if it interests you. It does, strangely. Speak, King. Of course, Soph. That was very funny. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter, is he? But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? And it's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? Do you think Arsenal had the league locked? I think they're favorites and the front runners for sure. I don't think it's a lock. I don't think it's a lock just yet. Large sums of money? Really, Propinkus, that's... I kind of love it. A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper. The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of... Odious Man? Did you say Asman? That was the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Right. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Mr. Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they live to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he's actually the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. Secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the ways that so many have died if not by someone's hand? Lord Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Very fair, Tompiet. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Maybe. That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateless was inevitable. Time stopped for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zieks now? I would assume he's at his office. Ooh, we're going to his office? I've never been to Dracula's lair. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. All right. Let's move. Okay, we gotta go to prison and the prosecutor's office. I'm going straight to Van Zieks. I mean, this is not at all... Look at the painting! So this is the Legendary Reaper's office? This is exactly what I expected. The painting, though? Look at the wine glasses. And the bottles. And the chessboard. Yes, it appears so. Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Right, Afro? That wouldn't even last him half a trial. Oh, is that... The hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. I wonder. I can't believe it's McGilted. What are you doing here? He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. It's... Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. Alright, King, I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. He's sitting here of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Oh, the same person from the newspaper. He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits over our great courtrooms. Okay, guys, like, let's not get I'll examine stuff, don't worry, but I do want to stray away from backseating a bit too much. Because, like, show him this, look at this, that's a little bit too much for me. So, just maybe withdraw a little bit from that. But I'll look at stuff, don't worry. Okay, so, yeah, you said to present this? I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer, in Japan at least. And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really. I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today. Ooh. Of who helped you become what you are today. Oh. But that's a personal matter, something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. Wow. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. I just got an achievement. Interesting. About the article in this newspaper. I know why, Wolfman. Ah, yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. Oh, whoops. Sorry. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about him. Wolfman, listen. I just have personal rules for streams. And I wasn't saying, everyone stop this right now, don't tell me these things. I was saying, just, it's straying into the realm of directing me too much. That's all I was saying. So I was just asking people, politely, to not lean too much into that. I'm not saying everyone was backseating, I'm just saying what I said. So please don't argue back with this sort of thing, Wolfman. I didn't say that, and when I ask people that thing, that's just my personal wish for a stream. Of course, if there's things I might miss, then it's great. Then it's very important for me to know. It's totally fine. Like, if I'm about to miss really cool environmental details, then I totally love being told. Because then otherwise I would miss on details like that. I just didn't want to. I just wanted to tell you guys before maybe it got a bit too much into that. Is all. But no, it's great. I wouldn't change a thing about these streams and the passion and excitement people have for this. Okay, so wait. Okay, I would be lying if I was careless for letting myself get photographed. He says as he and his apprentice clearly deliberately posed for it. Oh my gosh, he has bats! This is literally Dracula's lair. No, it's totally fine, Propinkus. And if I'm about to miss something, please do tell me. That you think is really, really worth not missing. Oh my god! Holy shit, that actually jump scared me. They were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. It's just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary though, either way. Okay, the barrels. My building's doing a fire drill? I might have to mute the stream for a bit. I don't know. We'll see. They're doing some annual fire drill right now. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. If they start doing it and it starts being really noisy, I'll keep playing, but I'll just turn my mic off. That was not an in-game thing. That was my building. So I might have to just be aware. If they start doing it, I'll just turn it off and I'll keep playing. I just won't be able to talk. The landlord is being Ace Attorney phobic. The building managers, they must just hate Van Zeeks. Yeah, it's just a drill. It's just a drill. Oh. Hey, Pedrolito. It might be done. It might be done. This is so funny. Also, Wolfman, don't worry. You're totally good. Don't worry about it. And I love this. This is so funny because we literally, someone, I think maybe MK said it. A couple people said it. We just literally waltz into Van Zeek's office and start talking shit about him right in front of him. And like he's like, what are these people? Leave me alone. I love it. I love it. Also calling him like ugly. Low-key calling him ugly. I'd like to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime to a bout of shogi problems. Getting bullied by a 10-year-old? Yep. Van Zeek's, I am done with this. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. There's his wine. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. I agree, MK. Calling him ugly is just cap. I know. Listen, I'm a boring. I was gonna say I'm a boring homosexual. I'm a boring heterosexual, but I can tell this is a good-looking man. And yet you throw them around court like they were worthless. A boring hoe. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. This is cute. This is really nice. This is really, I like this a lot. This imbecile is he's wrong so often. I have to throw my bottle so often. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? It's very fun to see this, yeah. Is that all? I think we've done all of it. Okay, so I think we have to exhaust the conversation with him. Well, let me examine Buddy Boy first. Oh, wait. Nothing of note? Okay, there we go. It really looks like punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? Are you winning, son? Hey, Dat Boy. Oh! I just realized the volume must have been overpowering me, sorry. What was I about to do? Oh, right here. Do you perhaps think he's dead? I love how he doesn't say, oh yeah, I guess I shouldn't throw them. He just gives an explanation like, well, obviously my learned Nipponese friend makes me, because he's so wrong all the time. I love it too. If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. Why is Runo being so judgmental? I just called him Runo, didn't I? Ryu's being really sassy today. He's not being approachable. He and Iris waltz in here. How's it going, Juno Vermilion? I'm glad you're able to catch one. He and Iris waltz in here. Start talking shit about Van Zeeks. Call him ugly. Criticize him. And then when they know nothing about what his circumstance going here, and they see this guy just sitting there, this guy's not approachable. What the hell? Welcome us in. Why don't you? Her luck is rubbing off on them. Iris is rubbing off on me. There's a lot of rubbing going on. He's not dead. All right. Well, I guess we'll talk to Buddy Boy later. True, Proprinkus, that's fair. And yeah, that's it. Okay. There's a lot of rubbing going on, is what I said. Oh, whoops. Converse. Does that qualify as a quote? Sure. Let's add it. There's a lot of rubbing going on. Number 19. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odiasman's criminal organization. The investigation meant that their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odiasman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. Correct. And you think I have some sort of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, but that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. They were classmates. You're what? Oh my god, they were contemporaries. Your contemporary. This is so dramatic. I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. You're German? Harebrain's from a respectable British family. I am not German. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I'd not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. Trish told me to tell you she had a great workout but can't be in chat yet. Okay, I'm glad she had a great workout. Thank you, Sarah. And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh, only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. It doesn't, you're right, Nora, it doesn't at all. Me too, Smashing. Like Van Zeke, I love how Van Zeke's theme plays for every situation involving him, no matter how mundane. Like, let's go grocery shopping with Van Zeke's. Let's buy some milk, bread, eggs. You know, let's get some fruit and have the organs and the strings and this medieval vampiric song playing in the background. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? Oh yeah, Oratorio? That's cool. How much are eggs right now? I don't know. I'm going grocery shopping for them soon. Like later in the week. So I'll be able to tell you later. $5.99 for 18? Okay, I'll compare it against that. Wait, So Van Zieks is going to be the prosecutor in this case. Oh my god. I can't believe it. He's going to prosecute. Like, in court. Wow. Well, you make it sound as if you and the professor have been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. Really? USA's running out of eggs and... Well, there's a shortage? Oh. What's Lord Van Zieks thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted. Oh. The storms that have been killing off the chicken and the disease spreading. Well... Wow, best of luck. That sounds pretty, pretty serious. I hope that's able to be resolved ASAP. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Oh, those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I miss Gina. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. Oh? But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hands of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started calling me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh, it would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. It's been there a while, Jaman. It's been there quite a bit, since at least the summer. Oh, it started when we started watching Spy Family on stream. He's the god of the new world. The Batman effect. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate... Whoa. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zieks. We're getting the Van Zieks lore. I've been craving it, and we are getting it. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say that he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo. I don't remember taking an apprentice with a great detective. Is this endgame? No, this is mid-game. Endgame in the scope of the whole Chronicles? I guess so, because we're on case 8 of 10. Depends on your perspective. This is mid-game? This game is mid? It does feel like endgame. It does. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face or indeed his identity. I can't believe I said that is mid. I'm so sorry. But why would you agree to take on a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Hello? Ah. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. I need the front view again. Nice to meet you? Is it Herlock? I can't believe Herlock is his apprentice. Back to work again. That was really strange. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Can't believe Herlock / Kazuma is his apprentice. I knew it was McGilded. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Okay, it's Kazuma. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Because he's Kazuma. No, I mean, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. The gay, regardless of if he knows that he's Kazuma, the gay just keeps seeping out of Ryu. He just knows. By the way, of course, do not confirm or deny my theories as usual, but you guys are always really good with that. With that flawless posture. He's so good looking, too. It couldn't be. Can't believe Ringo Skulkin of the Skulkin Brothers is his apprentice. Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Oh. Are you concerned about Soseki? I can't believe AJ's his apprentice. I can't believe it's me. And Ryu said I had flawless posture. Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Edgar Benedict? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. Oh, you're right, Trela, you're right. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post just the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? This is so cool for Van Zieks. I really love this scene for Van Zieks. There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case. Thank you for the advice and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I can't believe it's Wakahai. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn-up for the books. A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Harebrain? Or Hyo and Kyoma? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Right, Oratorio? Interesting. Interesting. I really like this scene. That was a great scene. And... Alright, Kazuma. Yeah, he's really just staring at us, isn't he? I won the blinking contest. Alright, let's move to... prison. It's all adding up, Oratorio. It can't be Barak Van Zieks as his apprentice? Oh my gosh. I'm glad you're enjoying this case. I'm very happy you're enjoying this series. It means much to me. Of course, that's very sweet. That's very sweet, Wolfman. It's a great series. I loved Ace Attorney. Dare I say I'm loving Great Ace Attorney even more. So yeah, every stream has been a blast. It was soap. Van Zeeks, no, get the hell out of my house. Welcome back, Trish. I hope the workout was good. Also, I loved Iris calling Van Zeeks Mr. Reaper. That's very cute, isn't it? The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain. Wow. So this guy and Van Zeeks were colleagues. They couldn't be more polar opposite, in appearance at least. Excuse me, Professor Harebrain? Thank you, Wolfman. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke no... Oh. Ooh. What does he do? How is he making this pose at all? How does that work? Is he double jointed everywhere? A lawyer! This sounds like it could be an Usopp theme. It does! It could be. It could be an Usopp theme. Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? True, his arms are longer than mine. Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... And someone said a second ago he looks like a Pokemon professor? He does. He really does. Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. Was it? But despite that, I doubt. No one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Yeah, his hair has wobble jiggle physics. Beautiful. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah! Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, these animations are great. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident, simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know? He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Interesting. We've never had anything like this in Ace Attorney. He accepts the blame, but it was an accident, and that has to be proven for his own means as well, or for his own motives. That's cool. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds like the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electronic bonds, or electrical. So it must be possible using a highly sufficient voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. He cares about his invention more than himself. It really seems like he does. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think. One moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. What's up, Kurt? Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes or rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. I love that line. I love that line. It really would, wouldn't it? Like, shall we say today? My word, that's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is my calculations are flawless, the science works, but without a practical demonstration it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. She's so smart. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor Mr. Osman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Please do tell us about the Reaper's varsity years. Sometimes I think about how, for most of human history, people rarely left their immediate surroundings and the globe wasn't fully mapped. It's crazy. It's the type of thing that, yeah, unless you really stop and think about it, you don't get the full scope of. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days? That's right, he was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. That's true, Riley, yeah. It's really good that she's our partner here, excuse me. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Barak Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Yeah, just like the Van Zieks we know. Exactly, Sarah. Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. Lore? I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? What? That's what Ryu focuses on? Little darling? A little baby boy? A little precious boy? Baby girl? It was a bit of a shock when I came to Britain and learned what he'd become. He's about to bully Van Zieks even more. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. You mean he isn't 1,000 years old or a vampire? What sort of event? Ah! I'm sorry. I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at that time. I was in Germany. Yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Yikes. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman. This case is great so far. I'm loving it so far. The Van Zieks lore, the entertaining interactions. We had Herlock already. The only thing it's missing is Susato. That's literally the only thing. What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I hope Susato comes back then. Could you imagine? Oh, and Gina too. Yeah, we're missing Gina too. Might be my favorite in the series. The only ones who come close are 2-4 and 3-5. Ooh. I can see that, Riley. And I've got 4 and 5 to go too, and the rest of 3? Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Osman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Okay. Sorry, I had to pause for a second to properly compute what you said. Cool, though. To be or not to be. Interesting. It's crazy how they play around with that stuff, but, like, how many people are gonna parse that out? That is crazy. And the bar of soap? He seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make sure, absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still. I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Alright. Experimentation stage. Oh, don't you worry, Offie. Any mention of Iris's outfit is welcome. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Oh my gosh, it's been 5 hours. Holy crap. That has gone by so fast. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Aww. Aww. I love the festival, the carnival sounds. But he's holding her hand? Halfway to the 10-hour stream. True, Ron. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh? What's going on? What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Gina! Gina! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. She's here. Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Look at her. Yoo-hoo, Gregsy, what are you doing up there? I miss Gina so much. We haven't seen her for 2 long cases. Ah! Ah! It's you here! You're here! You're here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does it make her a 3 times lady? Nice. I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. If I ever go full-time content creator prodigy, then yeah, I would. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word with you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Do it. She deserves it all. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action. The odds? 50-50, and they will be for a while, probably. Twitch has helped, for sure, and Patreon's definitely helping, for sure. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely, or there should be. Watch it, Sunshine. Sorry. What if I donate $2,000 a month? Then yes. That's full-time secured. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case? Yes, I'm acting for the defense. Time to get rich. Perfect. Hey guys, I changed my mind. How's the office doing today? So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Show me Gina. A measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? Show me. Look at her. You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper in your pockets, Mr. Nara Odo. What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for the bother. 3 bob. Yeah, she looks taller. She looks taller. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. Oh no, that isn't the case, Cookies. I was factoring Trisha's extra 2,000 on top of what I already get. Then that would be enough. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a big bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't the way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. She does seem to have a much more happy, optimistic demeanor, doesn't she? I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Oh, she's gonna change it from inside out. She's gonna change the system. Oh, yes. I believe. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Oh my gosh. Change it. Change it all. Change the system, Gina. I know you can do it. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, okay, Propinkist. Cool, thank you. I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. That's a book character, cool. Her theme, it's so good. It's been a while. I'm trying to pick a spot to stop. Gina peaks so hard in this game, I'm so excited. Okay, I'll talk to Gina. We'll talk to Gina. Here would be a good spot? I shouldn't talk to Gina? Now would be fine? Okay. It seems like a good spot. Either or. We can talk to Gina? Okay, so let's talk to her and then we'll finish for today. Oh, there's no space for the command Wyvrix. There you go. It was 8 months ago, now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with a case I was working on. Oh, she'll recap? Oh, okay, well, I was just gonna talk to her. At the time she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I've had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The dive-in weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective. You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? That very... What a pro-pinkest core comment. Sounds like something out of a book. Out of a book, you say? Interesting. Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father. Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. That's very sweet. So anyway, that's how I came and had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Nothing of it, Pro-Pinkest, I love it. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Do it, Trish. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Bruno, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. True. She was found not guilty, and yet here she is. Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Core, you don't have worry, Odo. If I don't have worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, innit? Look at her smiling. I can't get over that. The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Core, it was out of this world, it was. Okay, since we're about to talk about all the stuff that happened, I think this is a really good spot to end, so that next stream, Gina will recap, like I think Kay said earlier. And we'll start the stream with Gina's theme. So I can't pass that up, right? There we go. Hopefully you get to meet my favorite character next week. So it's not Hairbrain then. I see. The last graded Ace Attorney stream was 6 hours. Yeah, it was almost 6 hours. Thank you guys so much for coming again. You guys are a big part of the reason I look forward to Mondays. Of course, there's Great Ace Attorney. But you guys, it wouldn't be the same without you guys joining in as well. So thank you so much again. Wolfman, don't worry at all. You didn't spoil the mood at all. Don't worry about it. So yes, a week today we will continue Case 3. The fire drill. Yeah, the fire drill. Oh my gosh. We'll continue Case 3 in a week today, but Wednesday we'll have High Q. It'll be the last High Q stream. Thursday it'll be the last Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringer stream. That's a new stream that's not on the schedule, but I'll post in Discord about it. Friday, One Piece. Sunday, Vinland Saga One Piece. Boom. So yeah, thank you guys so much again. The next One Piece video should be out either today or tomorrow. Maybe today. Hey you, you're finally awake. But yes, thank you so much guys. Have a great start to your week. And I will talk to some of you guys on Wednesday. Talk to some of you guys next week. Either way, have a great start to your week. Many thanks, and see you later.